Okay, so how can I copy the link? Broadcast info. Ay, 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 ay.
Maybe the Margazhi way of banner we can put outside so that people know what's happening. Do we have it somewhere, Balaji?
I don't know where it is. You can check once. Hi, Gila. Good morning. Hi, test பண்ணிட்டு
Next to the Okay. First of all, okay.
பழைய ரெக்கார்டிங்கோட ஏதோ ஸ்க்ரீன்ஷாட்ஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்கு. எஸ் கரெக்ட்.
Okay, so
ஆடியோ
you want to share
but our official is written down.
Tumi Govinda Mana, Gopala Mana, Tumi Narayana.
the stream?
Uh,
Or is it the cover?
I mean, we only have to check if it's running. If it's not, let me just show you once. அவர் வந்துட்டாரு. Okay. We could Sudha, இது அப்படியே கொஞ்சம் முன்னாடி தள்ளிக்கலாம். I think one more row to the front. Yeah.
Karlsruhe
Yes,
has
so
come.
I think he is already there. Thank you. Okay, I think we are good. Yeah.
KRISHNARPANAM. Good morning to one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Margazhi Bhajan and Satsang 2022 in Karlsruhe, presented by Lasyapriya Fine Arts, K. and Consulate General of India, Germany. We are looking forward to have a wonderful Margazhi morning filled with harmonious bhajans by our young and talented singers from Karlsruhe, Stuttgart, Waldorf, and Potsdam, followed by an enriching musical discourse by Sri Vasudevan Raghavan, well-known exponent of Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. We also have Mr. Kailash Bhatt, who has come all the way from Munich to join us today. He is from the Consulate General of India in Munich. He started his education and career in New Delhi and was posted in New Delhi at the Ministry of External Affairs. He came to Germany in Munich about just before the Corona time, so 2020. And it's a pleasure to have you today here, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. Joining with them today will be Sri Balaji Venugopal, Srimati Anuja Hariharan, and Srimati Kirtana with their soulful vocals, and ably accompanied by Sri Karthik on violin, Srimati Sahana on flute, Sri Gautam and Sri Sriram on mridangam. On this note, this is Sudha Vinod Kumar, heartily welcoming each and every one of you once again for gracing this occasion with your presence and contributions. Thank you very much. Let us begin by invoking Lord Ganesha with a prayer song by our singers. I request our chief guest for the day, Mr. Kailash Bhatt, to kindly come up to the dais to light the lamp. And also I request Mrs. Kalpana to join Mr. Kailash Bhatt. We all know our very own Kalpana. She's from Karlsruhe. She is in the Vorstand of Deutsche Indische Gesellschaft. Please join us on the dais. Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatt. Thank you, Mrs. Kalpana. With that note, let us all begin by invoking Lord Ganesha with a prayer song by our singers.
चतुराय दान प्राणाय दानात्मने गानो सुखाय दानवन्ताय गानो सुखमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुपुरताय गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुरुगुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मसराराध्याय गुरुपुत्रपरित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्माय गन्धमत्ताय गोचरप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि जगेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
Thank you everyone for the wonderful start to the occasion. There is nothing left to imagination when it comes to the universal appeal of Lord Krishna's life, be it his incarnation, his childhood, his Ras Leela, his political acumen, better known as Bhagavad Gita, which will also be discussed further by Sri Vasudevan in his discourse. So without much further ado, I request everyone to sit back, relax and enjoy, because what better way to start the occasion than our little Gopas and Gopikas with their mellifluous renditions of songs based on Lord Krishna and his glory. Let us begin the first half of our bhajan session aptly with the salutations through KRISHNARPANAM. Please feel free to join our little singers, the more the merrier. We begin with Vyona, Art and Vizha with the salutations, the KRISHNARPANAM.
वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे अथ श्रीपुष्पसङ्काशं हारनूपुरशोभितं रत्नकङ्कणकेयूरम् कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं कुटिलालकसंयुक्तं पूर्णचन्द्रनिवारणं विलसत्पुण्यवदनं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं मन्दारगन्धसंयुक्तं चारुहासं चतुर्भुजं वैरिपिञ्चमचूडामणं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम् उत्फुल्लपद्मपत्राक्षं नीलवेणुतसन्निभं यादवानां शिरोरत्नं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम् रुक्मिणीदेवीसंयुक्तं पीताम्बरसुशोभितम् अवाप्ततुलसीगन्धं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम् गोपिकानां वन्दे जगद्गुरुम् कृष्णाष्टकम् इदं पुण्यं प्रातरुत्थाय अर्पते कोटिजन्मकृतं पापं स्मरणेन विनश्यति।
Thank you very much. That was really wonderful. Next, we have Arna and Achyut with Achyutam Keshavam.
जितं केशवं कृष्णदामोदरं रामनारायणं जानकी वल्लभं कौन कहता है भगवान आते नहीं। तुम मीरा के जैसे बोलाते नहीं। अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं रामनारायणं जानकी वल्लभं उन्हें कहता है भगवान आते नहीं। शबरी के जैसे तुम नहीं। अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं रामनारायणं जानकी वल्लभं उन्हें कहता है भगवान सोते नहीं। माँ यशोदा के जैसे सुलाते नहीं। अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं रामनारायणं जानकी वल्लभं कौन कहता है भगवान नमस्ते नहीं। गोपियों की जरा तुम चाहते नहीं। अच्युतं केशवं कृष्ण दामोदरं रामनारायणं जानकी वल्लभं नाम जपते चलो काम करते चलो। हर समय कृष्ण का ध्यान करते चलो। हरे जीवन को कभी ना कभी कृष्ण दर्शन तो देंगे कभी ना कभी अच्युतम केशवम कृष्ण दामोदरम राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम राम नारायणं जानकी वल्लभम.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you both very much. So, as we all know, this is a satsang, and I request all of you to kindly participate. The more the merrier. Do feel free and join along with the kids. We are really looking forward to the environment that it creates, and I hope everyone will enjoy it. So, next we have on mic Krishna and Ronnie with the famous Maru Mekkum Kandi.
மானுனிக்கும் கண்ணே போகவெல்லாம் சொன்னேன்.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you very much. Next we have Avantika, Achyut and Atula with Bandanene, Krishna Bandanene.
Bandhane ranga bandhane bandhane Vande Bala Shri Krishna Navarita Chora Vande Bala Shri Krishna Navarita Chora Gilugilugilurambo Ponnandige Geje Hole 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 Yuvara Padavanurudha Ponnandige Geje Hole 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 Yuvara Padavanurudha Nadi Nadi Daruga Unguradare Nadi Nadi Daruga Unguradare Tara 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 Role Utari Krishna Vandane Vande Bala Shri Krishna Navarita Chora Vandane Hidi Hidi Hidiyendu Purandara Vittalana Tudu 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 Tudane Oduda Vanda Hidi Hidi Hidiyendu Purandara Vittalana Tudu 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 Tudane Oduda Vanda Nade 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 Endu Nellade Pidiyanu Nade 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 Endu Nellade Pidiyanu Pidi Pidi Dammayayenu Shri Krishna Vandane Vande Bala Shri Krishna Navarita Chora Vandane Vandane Vandane
Wonderful rendition. Thank you very much. And just on a side note, that was the first Kannada bhajan that we are having today. I hope you all enjoyed it. Next we have Next we have Ansh and Nitin with Hari Sundarananda.
Hari Sundarananda Mukunda, Hari Narayana Hari Om. Hari Sundarananda Hari Keshava Hari Govinda, Hari Narayana Hari Om. 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 Vanamali Muralidhari, Govardhana Givardhari. Vanamali Muralidhari, Govardhana Givardhari. Nitin Nitin Dharma Chori, Gopi Manahari. Nitin Nitin Dharma Chori, Gopi Manahari. आओ रे गोकुल के प्यारे आओ रे गोकुल के प्यारे आओ रे कान्हा रे गोकुल के प्यारे आओ रे कान्हा रे गोकुल के प्यारे आओ रे नाचो रे रास रचाओ रे 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 हरि सुंदर नंद मुकुंदा हरि नारायण हरि ओम हरि सुंदर नंद मुकुंदा हरि नारायण हरि ओम हरि केशव हरि गोविंद 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 हरि नारायण हरि
Thank you very much once again. This was very divine. So, next we have Tanam with Radhe Govinda.
Radhe 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 Govinda 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 Radhe Govinda Radhe Govinda Vrindavan Chanda अनाथ नाथा दीना बंदो राधे गोविंदा 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 नंद कुमार नमन चोरा राधे गोविंदा नंद कुमार नंद कुमार नवनीत चोरा राधे गोविंदा Kulilakara Radhe Govinda Yashoda Bala Kulilakara Radhe Govinda Radhe Govinda Vrindavana Chanda Anatanata Dina Bando Radhe Govinda Anatanata Dina Bando Radhe Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe Vrindavana Chanda Anatanata Dina Bando Radhe Govinda Anatanata Dina Bando Radhe Govinda Nanda Kumara Namanik Chora Radhe Govinda Nanda Kumara Namanik Chora Radhe Govinda Radhe Govinda Vrindavana Chanda Anatanata Dina Bando Radhe Govinda Anatanata Dina Bando Radhe Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe Radha Govinda Radhe Radha Govinda 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 Radhe Radhe Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe Radha Govinda Radhe Radhe Govinda.
That was really brilliant. Thank you very much. Next we have Ansh and Krish with Gopala Radha Lola. Thank you very much. The event just keeps getting better. Next we have Sai Charita with Sri Krishna Govinda. Unfortunately, Sai Charita is not joining us today. We'll proceed with Harimana, rendered by... she is here. Welcome. Please join us, Sai Charita. Today, Sai Charita will be joined by our very own Anuja.
Krishna Govinda Hare Murari He Nath Narayana Vasudeva Krishna Govinda Hare Murari He Nath Narayana Vasudeva Swami Saka Hamare Saka Hamare Nath Narayana Vasudeva Nath Narayana Vasudeva Thakur Hamare प्राणों से प्यारे ठाकुर हमारे प्राणों से प्यारे हो हमारे हमें तुम्हारे हो हमारे हमें तुम्हारे हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा नैया चरैया चुरैया नैया चरैया चुरैया योगी नैया की की नैया योगी नैया की नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा नारायण वासुदेवा गोविंद मेरो है गोपाल मेरो है गोविंद मेरो है गोपाल मेरो है गोपाल मेरो है गोविंद मेरो है गोपाल मेरो है नंदलाल मेरो है
लाल मेरो है बाके बिहारी नंद लाल मेरो है बाके बिहारी नंद लाल मेरो है कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारे हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेव
Thank you very much, Sai Charita and Anuja, for joining us. So, moving on, we have Ronnie, Atula, and Avantika with Harimana.
Hari Mana, Tumi Govinda Mana, Tumi Gopala Mana, Tumi Narayana. Hari Mana, Tumi Govinda Mana, Tumi Gopala Mana. Hari Mana, Tumi Govinda Mana, Tumi Gopala Mana, Tumi Narayana. Gopala Hari Narayana. Govinda Gopala Hari Narayana. Hari Mana, Tumi Govinda Mana, Tumi Gopala Mana, Tumi Narayana. Rama Mana, Raja Rama Mana, Sita Rama Mana, Rama Mana. Hari Mana, Tumi Govinda Mana, Tumi Gopala Mana, Tumi Narayana. Hari Mana, Tumi Govinda Mana, Tumi Gopala Mana, Tumi Narayana. Shama Mana, Radha Shama Mana, Vizha Shama Mana, Radha Shama Mana. Hari Mana, Tumi Govinda Mana, Tumi Gopala Mana, Tumi Narayana. Guru Deva Mana. Hari Mana, Tumi Govinda Mana, Tumi Gopala
Thank you very much for the divine vibration. Now we have Nayonika on the microphone with Radha Sameda Krishna. Thank you for the heartwarming performance. Next we have Vyoma and Art with Pilangodi and Shiva Krishna. Thank you very much. So, it was really wonderful, kids. Thank you so much for making this morning a wonderful occasion. Let's all give a big round of applause for the kids. On that happy note, and thanking all our talented young singers. Also, on this occasion, we would like to thank the teachers of these singers, Ms. Vizha, Ms. Purnima, Ms. Madhu, Mrs. Vinata, Mrs. Anuja, and Mr. Margazhi. Also, not to forget our wonderful accompaniment artists. Thank you all very much for being a part of this first session. Now, we would like to felicitate the kids for their patience, first of all, for being on the dais so long and behaving so nicely. Thank you very much. And also for your lovely renditions. We'll be calling out your names one by one. Please come forward and collect your appreciation. Balaji Venugopal will be felicitating the kids. We'll begin with Miss Fiona. Please come forward. Please do a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Mr. R. Miss Arna. Mr. Achyut. Miss Avantika and Miss Atula. Master Ronnie. Master Trish. Anshmita. Master Pranav. I request Ms. Sai Charika to join us on dais. Ms. Sai Charika, please give a big round of applause. Ms. Nayonika. Finally, Master Anish, please come up onto the stage. Did you all enjoy the lovely renditions? Thank you very much. So let's take a small break right now. Thank you once again, and let's continue after a short break of 5 minutes. There is hot chai being served. Please keep yourself. Also, do not forget to check the beautiful leaves and grapes by Sukha from Bhaga. We are hoping to join back by 12 p.m.
Mami, das ist richtig, das hat richtig viel gekostet. Komm, 20 Euro. Ein Kuchenstück. Ja, 10 Euro aber. Okay, 1 Euro.
So I request the audience to also stay back for the second half of the program. Please respect the efforts by the kids. So please kindly stay back and encourage them. We'd like to arrange the stage for the second half, and I'll call the kids for that. Advita and Sumer. And of course, get your chai and your lunch. And if you are already hungry, feel free to start with a small one for lunch as well. So, because it may be another half an hour before we have the next thing. Chaitra. Anish. Ananda. Moksha and Saurabh. Sharon and Sam. Okay, where is Chaitra?
So we request everyone to please come back and take your seats and encourage the second session kids. Please also feel free to come here and drink your chai and have your refreshments.
presentation of the Karlsruhe kids. Now we have a lot of students from Karlsruhe who are presenting, also from Lasyapriya. So they have been learning from Vinata at Karlsruhe. And we also have some other kids who are learning online and who have not learned only with Lasyapriya but also outside. So we are just giving a chance for them to perform as well. So yeah, and today is also making attempt with kids. So please pardon me if it's not like perfect program times. And also we have chosen the concept of bhajan because bhajan means to share. So we are trying to teach the concept of sharing and singing together. So that's the idea behind this. So that's the specific reason for choosing this concept. And I think it's working quite well. So I would also request the audience to join and sing along. That's the point. So whenever you're comfortable, feel free to join and sing along. And whoever is outside, I think we will get started. Keep on time and you can join whenever you're done. Yeah? All right.
Hare Krishna. So, welcome back everyone. I hope you had a good refreshment and thank you once again Jyotsna Catering Services and also Kavya from Suksa for being a part of our occasion today. Let's begin with the session 2 of our satsang today. The kids are ready and without much further ado, let's begin. We are beginning with Advaita and Sume Krishna Insight.
Krishnayana Bharati, Krishnayana Bharati, Krishnayana Bharati, Shri Krishnayana Bharati, Krishna Nare Kashtavandishtilla, Krishna Nare Kashtavandishtilla, Narayana Mandana, Narige Iduvaga, Krishnayana Bharati, Shri Krishnayana Bharati, Jnana-pana japa-japa-gala-varuta, Krishnayana Bharati. Jnana-pana japa-japa-gala-varuta, Krishnayana Bharati. Totala-tari Krishna Malagattu mai muridu yettago Krishna Dilanitya odadi kanitago Krishna
Thank you very much for that wonderful rendition. Next we have Datri and Sakiti with Vanamali Radha Ramanam.
आनंद सागरा मुरलीधरा आनंद सागरा मुरलीधरा मीरा प्रभु राधे श्याम वेणुगोपाला मीरा प्रभु राधे श्याम वेणुगोपाला आनंद सागरा मुरलीधरा आनंद सागरा मुरलीधरा मीरा प्रभु राधे श्याम वेणुगोपाला मीरा प्रभु राधे श्याम वेणुगोपाला नंद यशोदा आनंद किशोरा नंद यशोदा आनंद किशोरा जय जय गोकुल बाला जय वेणुगोपाला जय जय गोकुल बाला जय वेणुगोपाला जय जय गोकुल बाला जय श्याम गोपाला जय जय गोकुल बाला जय श्याम गोपाला आनंद सागरा मुरलीधरा आनंद सागरा मुरलीधरा
Thank you very much, Sathik. Next we have Yukti Mallika with Ava Kulavorangu.
ಆಕುಲಗೋಡಂಗ ಅಡಿಯಲಾಗದೋ ಆಗ ಕುಲವೆಂದಡಿಯಲಾಗದು ಗೋಪಕಾಯ್ದ ಕೊಲ್ಲನಂತೆ ದೇವಲೋಕದ ಪಾರಿಜಾತವು ಹೂವಸತಿಗೆ ತಂದರಂತೆ ಆಗ ಕುಲವೋ ಕಡಡಿ ಮಗಳ ತಂದಲಂತೆ ಷಡದಿ ಮಗಳು ಮಡದಿಯಂತೆ ದಡಡಿಯನ್ನು ಬೆಡಿದನಂತೆ ಇವೆರಡು ಲೋಕವ ಒಡೆಯನಂತೆ ಹಡಗಿನಿಂದಲಿ ಬಂದನಂತೆ ಕಡಲ ದಡದಳಿಯಿಂದನಂತೆ ಒಡನೆಲ ಬಳಿಗೊಳಿದನಂತೆ ಒಡೆಯ ಅಯಬದನಂತೆ ಆವಕುಲಗೋಡಂಗ ಅಡಿಯಲಾಗದೋ ಆಗ ಕುಲವೆಂದಡಿಯಲಾಗದೋ ಗೋಪಕಾಯ್ದ ಕೊಲ್ಲನಂತೆ ದೇವಲೋಕದ ಪಾರಿಜಾತವು ಹೂವಸತಿಗೆ ತಂದನಂತೆ ಆಗ ಕುಲವೋ ಆಗ ಕುಲವೋ ಆಗ ಕುಲವೋ
Thank you for the beautiful rendition, Yukti Mallika. Next we have Shaitra and Asmi with Krishna Krishna Mukunda.
Krishna. Krishna 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 Govinda
Achyutananda Govinda Madhava Achyutananda Govinda Madhava Sachidananda Narayana Hare Sachidananda Narayana Hare Krishna Govinda Narayana Hare Achyutananda Govinda Madhava Sachidananda Narayana Sachidananda Narayana Sachidananda Narayana Hare.
Thank you very much for singing today. Next we have Anish with Veda Veda O Pandari.
Veda Veda O Pandari Veda Veda O Pandari Shela Bhagavati Shela Bhagavati Chala Chala Sintana Chala 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 Chala
Thank you very much, Anish. Next we have Anaga with Krishna Krishna Manamohana.
Krishna Krishna Manohara Krishna Krishna Manohara Chitta Chodalata Jiveta Vegashyama Madhusuheta Radha Katai Mudateta Krishna Krishna Mata Moheta Chitta Chodalata Jiveta Vegashyama Madhusuheta Krishna 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 Ji Govinda 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 Krishna.
So, just wanted to say something. So, when we started this whole show, we were actually sending out the invite to many parents, and we were actually overwhelmed with the response of how many parents and children, and you can see like how patiently they have all seated on the stage for such a long time. Even for adults it's difficult. And we have children like 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, wanting to perform and sing. So I think it's a great thing. So give them a big hand. And to prove how we can take forward our culture. So in small ways possible to be in Germany. So I think I also wish them great luck, and I also have some more requests from parents that they should be such a program should happen more often. So we'll try our best, but I think for today we are like really happy with the response. Thank you so much.
Thank you for in words, and we are also really overwhelmed by this. Proceeding further, we have Moksha and Taura with Matan Chola.
Makana Chola Nanda Kishora Yashoda Bala Gopala Nandana Govinda Shama Govinda Devaki Nandana Gopala Nandalala He Nandalala Nandalala He Gopala Makana Chola Nanda Kishora Yashoda Bala Gopala Nanda Mukunda Shama Govinda Devaki Nandana Gopala Makana Chola Nanda Kishora Yashoda Bala Gopala Gopala Gopala
Thank you for your beautiful performance. Next we have on the microphone Sharan and Samat with Namadeva Kirtana.
Namadeva Kirtana Kari Prema Varana Chapanduranga
What a befitting finish to our bhajan session today. It was absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much for your rendition. So we are wrapping up with our bhajan session for today. Thank you all for your patience and being there, supporting us and the kids. Thank you once again. A big round of applause to everyone, the musicians, the teachers, the parents who have been supported throughout. Definitely our performers, from the youngest to everyone here, and also the audience members for being a part of this. Thank you all once again. We would like to request our chief guest today, Mr. Kailash Bhatt, to felicitate the young kids for their performances. I would like to request you on the dais. We have first Miss Advita. Please come up. Please give a big round of applause. Next we have Master Sumit. Please come up, Mr. Sumit. Miss Dhatri. Miss Sakiti. Master Satvik. Miss Yukti. Miss Chaitra. Big round of applause, please. Miss Anada. Master Anish. I should definitely mention this. Miss Master Anish has the vibe of a little A.R. Rahman. Very calm, zen mode. Miss Moksha. Paula.
Thank you.
Master Charan. Master Sam. Mrs. Taisha. Please come onto the stage. Once again, I request a big round of applause. They were all our supporting people. They enabled us to make this event happen today. Miss Asmi. Come on, Asmi. Miss BBJ. Suchira. Please come. Miss Sahana. Sushila. Mr. Gautam. Mr. Karthik. Sumitra. A small token of gratitude for you, sir, and for being a part of today. So I'd like to request Ms. Anuja and Mr. Balaji to present a small token of gratitude and appreciation for our speakers today.
Thank you very much. Respected guests, it has been my honor to be here on this wonderful event organized by Lasyapriya Fine Arts. I'm sure events like this will help people to know more about Indian art, culture, and tradition. Thank you very much, Mr. Balaji, for organizing such a wonderful event. Thanks to you also. I'm sure you'll get full support from our consulate. We'll work together in future to organize more events like this. Thank you very much. At the end, I forgot to mention, wonderful performance by kids, and congratulations to the teachers who have organized such a wonderful thing. Congratulations again.
So I also would like to mention one more important person here, Sudha, who has been anchoring from start until now so well, supporting the show. So please give her a big hand.
On behalf of all the parents, I would like to thank the organizers and also for the lovely gifts that they have given for the kids. It's a fantastic idea. Please give a round of appreciation.
And I've been seeing him supporting us with taking nice clicks everywhere. So I would like to request Vizha to come on stage. Please give him a big hand. He's supporting us on the photography today.
Small was about the gift. It was actually sponsored by Shafina. So she came up with the idea of doing a photo shoot for the kids in a cultural dress with a small musical touch, with a small musical instrument. So we organized a photo shoot for them. So it's more like a thing that they can associate with pride. So that's the idea, that they think about music with a lot of love and pride, and they keep practicing whatever they learn. And whatever opportunity you get, try to perform and keep it going. So that's my wish for everyone. And hope to organize more such events. We had a short time to practice, and we did the best of what we could. I think with more practice, we can do wonders. So I see a lot of potential here. So let's keep going and hope to have a bigger and grander stage next time.
So I request everyone, there is a food stall, thanks to Jyotsna for organizing this, volunteering to provide us with yummy South Indian food today. And I request all of you to also stay back for the second half. We have Mr. Vasudevan Raghavan, who has come all the way from Frankfurt. He is an exponent in Harikatha, Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam. So what he is going to narrate us or walk us through is nice interpretations, spiritual interpretations, philosophical understanding of all the childhood tales of Krishna, whatever bhajans and songs that we heard today. So there is a different perspective of every story of Krishna, what the significance is and what we can understand from it. So he is going to walk us through with an interesting discourse supported by us, musicians, singing some famous Krishna kritis along with him. So I request all of you to stay back, and I think it will also be an experience for the children to understand the bits and pieces of what the Krishna stories mean. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Balaji and Monica. So the lunch session is on. Without much further ado, I request you all to enjoy the meal. It's a typical South Indian meal. Please enjoy the meal, and I request you all to come back by 1 p.m. max. Thank you very much. Just a small reminder, we do realize that we have a lot of people today and this might take time to collect the food from the counter. Please feel free to collect the food from the counter and come here and eat in case you don't manage to finish your meal or you want a second serving. Please feel free to do that. Thank you very much, because we would like to start on time so that we can all maintain the time schedule that we have planned. Thank you very much again.
Something stream. We were streaming. Actually, it's here. No, don't do that. Go on YouTube. Sir, go on YouTube. It's going on YouTube. Don't tell all the best. Go on YouTube. No, it's live. Stop. Look, in the window. Can you see me from there? Yeah, go where? Go where? Ah, it's here. The camera's here. Here. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, what should we do? Come, let's you can move here. Vikram, come, let's stop. You want to play? See? No. Okay, come. See? Kartik is arriving. Hello. I can see William Smith. Look, your brother. Don't kiss your brother. Don't. Wait, you look at this. She. There's Satik's sister. My dad. And there's Yona.
இது பண்ணாதீங்க லைவ் போயிட்டு இருக்கு Don't do anything.
பண்ணல.
నేను వస్తున్నాను మీతో ఇంటికా
நீங்களே செட் பண்ணுங்க. இது இந்த சென்டரா தான் இருக்கு. இது வந்து ஜூம் பண்ணோம். ஏன்னா அவங்க கவர் ஆற மாதிரிக்குள்ள இருந்தா போதும். கரெக்டா இருக்கா? நீங்க பாக்குறதா
இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் ஜூம் இன்.
ஆமா, நான் ஜூம் இன் பண்ணணும் பேசிக்கா. அவங்க ரேஷியோ அளவு வந்தா போதும். நீங்க பண்றீங்களா?
நான் பண்றேன்.
டைம்
நீங்க வந்து தள்ளுறியா?
I hope you're all enjoying the meal. Just a quick question. Is anyone here in the audience member familiar with industrial kitchens? Is there anyone, someone, please raise your hand. I have a question. Okay, thank you so much. You know about industrial kitchens? I didn't know that you knew about industrial kitchens. We should talk about this.
Hello.
So, we're all set. Let us begin with the afternoon session of today's satsang. But before that, hope you all enjoyed the meal. How was the meal? 1, 2, 3. Wow, thank you so much for your overwhelming response. So, we are going to begin with the musical discourse shortly. We have today a beautiful team who has prepared something really special for us. And amidst us is our Sri Vasudev Radha. He is a software professional living in Frankfurt and he has several accomplishments to his credit. Vasudevan has a BTech in Mechanical Engineering from IIT and an MBA from IIM Bangalore. Born in Kumbakonam and brought up in Chennai in a Sri Vaishnava family, Vasudevan had a fairly early initiation into the world of Itihasa and Puranas through his mother and grew up reading Srimad Bhagavatam, Mahabharata and other Puranas as his pastime reading. His schooling at Sri Shankara Senior Secondary School in Araya also had a major early influence on his traditional learnings, wherein he learned He did his early schooling in Chennai and Vasudevan moved to Germany on employment-related reasons in 2002 and has been living in Frankfurt from 2006. In Frankfurt, Vasudevan and his wife, Mrs. Margazhi Vasudevan, were instrumental in starting the Paranam Frankfurt group in 2010, which has now grown into a large extended family consisting of over 50 to 60 families who meet regularly and chant, among other shlokas, Sri Vishnu Sahasranam. The Paranam Frankfurt group is currently celebrating its 12th anniversary. Sri Vasudevan's spiritual guru, Swami Paramatmananda, lives in Chennai, and through him, Vasudevan was quickly able to gain knowledge of the Vaidika Sampradayam, Advaita Vedantam, and other related topics like Bhagavad Gita, Upanishads, Brahma Sutra, and other advanced granthas. Swami Paramatmananda is the direct disciple of Swami Dayananda Saraswati, who in turn is a direct disciple of Sri Swami Chinmayananda and was the founder of the well-known Chinmaya mission. Vasudevan has been teaching Srimad Bhagavad Gita from 2013 over an online conference which I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. Today, he is here with us to deliver a spiritual discourse on Krishna using the medium of traditional Kirtanais, bhajans, and providing a philosophical and spiritual perspective of these compositions. Joining him, we also have our talented musicians, vocalists, Sri Balaji Venugopal, Srimati Manuja Hariharan, Srimati Kirtana, and accompanied by Sri Karthik on violin, Srimati Sahana on flute, Sri Gautam and Sri Sriram.
Before we start, may I request you to please come. Well, there are a lot of empty seats in between. So, in the interest of acoustics, and the sound system is not really very great, a lot of feedback, so you might be better off moving to the front seats rather than occupying the back benches. Yeah, thank you. We'll begin with a very short prayer. Om Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Yo Brahmanam Vidadhati Purvam Yo Vai Vedanscha Praginoti Tasmai Samhadevam Atmabuddhi Prakasham Mukshurvai Sharanamaham Prapadye Tvameva Mata Cha Pita Tvameva त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देवदेव सर्वोपनिषदो गावः लोब्धा गोपालनन्दनः पार्थो वत्सः सुधीर्भोक्ता दुग्धं गीतामृतं महत् गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुः गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
So, good afternoon, everyone. I first have to thank Vasudevji for accepting the invitation to give us a discourse today. And whenever I have some discussions, spiritual discussions, or any clarifications, always he tries to give very interesting and new perspectives to the things that we already know. So I think that is the interesting part. So today we had the satsang where children sang a lot of bhajans on Krishna as a child. So there are a lot of childhood tales of Krishna, and from the stories that we already know of, from the characteristics that we know of Krishna, Vasudevji today will be giving us some new dimensions and understanding of what those tales and stories mean. And for example, if we take butter, why butter? What is the significance of the color? And why does Krishna steal butter? All these things are stories that we already know of, but today we are going to have some interesting walkthrough of those small instances and stories of Lord Krishna. So I will start the discourse with rendering Kriti from my great grandfather, the Ennapadan Venkatramana Bhagavatar. So how we will have this whole discourse is by adding flavors of music into it. So there will be an exchange of Vasudevji explaining some, narrating some stories and interpretations, and supporting to those myself, Kirtana, and the nice musicians who have accepted to come over today. So Gautam, Karthik, Sriram, they will be supporting us in the singing. So I first thank everybody here on stage and everyone here who's staying back and wanting to listen to this interesting session. Dwarakayakam Dwarakayakam Sarvagunatmakam Dwarakayakam
Dwaraka, yeah, that is another name for Krishna. And this today's event has been titled or labeled as Krishnarpanam. Yeah. And so we will now try to explore this whole Krishnarpanam in two parts. We will first try to see what is Krishna, and then we'll see what is Arpanam. Okay? And yeah, so we heard in this Kirtana what Balaji just rendered, we had Sattva Guna. So we'll see a little more of Sattva Guna in the next Kirtana. But I'm just trying to bring to your attention what are the key words that we will be exploring. Yeah, Sattva Guna. So there are essentially three gunas. Many of you might know Sattva Guna, Rajo Guna, and Tamo Guna. So those three gunas together make up for this whole creation. Entire creation is made up of these three gunas. Yeah, but I'm jumping a few steps. So Krishna, what do we know about Krishna? We all of us have different stories of Krishna we have heard in our childhood, and so we know that Krishna was born in a prison. He was then smuggled away to some other place, and he was brought up there in anonymity for something like 8 years, and then he came back and he had a fight with his uncle, he killed his uncle. The whole story, all the way to Mahabharata, and the final fight in which Yadavas killed themselves. So all these stories we all know in different installments and different packages in different versions. What does the word Krishna itself mean? The commonly understood meaning of Krishna is something which is black or dark. Krishna means dark. So that is one meaning that we know. There is another meaning, or rather another derivation of Krishna, which not many people may be aware of, that comes from the verb karsh. Karsh is to attract. So we have this word akarshanam. So akarshanam really means attract. Yeah. So Krishna derived from karsh means the one who's attractive. So attractive is another meaning for Krishna. Okay. So taking both of these meanings, Krishna as dark and Krishna as attractive. If you think a little deeply, every one of us in this world are attracted to Krishna. We don't know that attraction to Krishna that is driving us. In that sense, Krishna, while attracting us, is hiding himself from us. He is the source of our attraction. So both the meanings of Krishna apply there. And why do I say that? Why do I say that everybody in this world is attracted to Krishna? Now, Krishna is not just someone who was born to Devaki and Vasudeva and then brought up by Yashoda and Nandagopala. If you go through the Puranas, Krishna is the only avatara among the 10 or 24 avatars who is referred to as Krishna Paramatma. None of the other avatars are referred to as Paramatma. You have never heard of Rama Paramatma or Nrisimha Paramatma or Varaha Paramatma. Only Krishna has the distinction of being Krishna Paramatma. Okay? So Krishna is really none other than Paramatma. And that Krishna makes it very clear through different acts of his, which you can see in Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita and in several different places. So Krishna is Paramatma. And what is Paramatma? So Vedanta, all the Upanishads say that Paramatma is infinity. Another word for Paramatma is Brahman. Brahman and Paramatma are synonymous. And what is Brahman? Brahman comes from the word Brihat Tamaha. Brihat means the big one. No, you might have heard of the Brihadishwara temple of Tanjavur. Why is Brihadishwara temple called Brihadishwara temple? Brihat means the big one. And I think maybe in the time when the temple was constructed, it was probably the biggest temple. So maybe because of that, it was called the Brihadishwara temple. But Brihat Tamaha means the biggest one. You know, in Sanskrit, you have this comparative and superlative. So the suffix tara is used to denote comparative, and the suffix tama is used to denote superlative. So Brihat Tamaha means the biggest one. And when you say the biggest one, it means there can be nothing bigger than that. And that is nothing but infinity. Brihat Tamaha Brahma means infinity. And in the Upanishad, you have this mantra, Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma. No? There, Anantam, the word Anantam means the limitless one. Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma. So, really speaking, Krishna is the limitless one. And what is this limitless one? It really means it is security, happiness, and fulfillment in its entirety. If you have reached infinity, if you have infinity at your disposal, then you have no other wants because you have everything in it. Infinity comprises everything you can imagine inside it. And that, that state or that station is also captured by another song. I'm not sure if that will be part of this discourse. There is a song called Kurai Ondrum Illai. Kurai Ondrum Illai, Maraimurthy Kanna, Kurai Ondrum Illai Kanna. It is made famous by M.F. Lakshmi. That Kurai Ondrum Illai is nothing but that, hey Lord Venkateshwara, you are the infinite one, the unlimited one, and having reached you, I have nothing else to ask for. Okay? And now coming back to the earlier statement, everybody is attracted to Krishna, the Paramatma. What is everybody working for in this world? Everybody is working for peace, security, and happiness. But unfortunately, we think that peace and security is going to be achieved by getting a certain job or getting a certain package of salary or getting a certain position, promotion, getting a certain post like a president, prime minister, whatever. So all these worldly achievements are what is driving the whole world. But it is not the achievement itself that actually the person wants. Through that achievement, he wants peace, prosperity, security, and happiness. So the ultimate goal for which everybody is working is peace, security, and prosperity and happiness. But without realizing that this is going to be possible only by reaching Krishna and not through these materialistic goals. So while Krishna attracts you, he keeps it hidden from your thought or from your cognition that it is Krishna who is attracting you. You are thinking that the job is attracting you. You are thinking that the material or the money is attracting you. But really speaking, the force that attracts you from behind these things is Krishna. In many of the stories of Krishna, there is one particular characteristic of Krishna that comes across very clearly. You know, in Tamil we have this word called kurumbu, and in Hindi it is called natkat. There is no proper translation for that in English. You can say prankness. Prank actually doesn't capture the word kurumbu or natkat so completely. You know, when you say somebody is doing a prank on you, that prank can have a kind of a negative intention. But this kurumbu doesn't have any negativity to it. It's entirely done with a clean and harmless intention. Okay, so this natkhat nature of Krishna is reflected in this very word itself. He is attracting you, but he doesn't let you know that he is attracting you. So that hide and seek, you know, is typical of Krishna. Okay. Okay. Before we go to the next Kirtanai, I'd like to, you know, give this small message. I do not want to, you know, take a big detour into Vedanta, Upanishad, and all that in this speech. I would like to keep myself focused on Krishna and attributes of Krishna and stories of Krishna. But the point is, in every story of Krishna, there is a lot of Vedanta which comes packaged. The reason for that is, if you try to approach Vedanta directly, you would see that it's a very dry and abstract subject. The message that Vedanta gives you is not very easily comprehensible to everybody. But if you give a story and embed this dry, you know, abstract message inside that story, the story gets carried on. And whether you understand that embedded message or not, the story gets carried, it gets transmitted. You know, we've been hearing the Bhagavatam stories now for God knows how many thousands of generations. Yeah. And so, just by listening to the story and narrating the story and passing on the story, we are actually doing some kind of a disservice to the story. Unless you dig a little deeper into the story and try to understand what is that message which the story is, you know, trying to convey to us, you have not really made full use of the story. You know, the very purpose of the story can be lost if you just take the story and remember the story alone. One has to take the story and the message. It's a little like your capsule. You know, the capsule has a pill. Of course, the example is not exactly appropriate because the powder inside the capsule is bitter. But the message in the Krishna story is not bitter. It's actually a very sweet message. It's an extremely sweet message, but that sweetness may not be appreciated by many people. So the story is given in a slightly acceptable taste. And so take the story and also try to understand the message that comes with the story. So the abstract Vedantic message coming as a Krishna story is how the rishis have devised a way to propagate this abstract message. You know, with that, I request for the next kirtan. This is a bhajan from Suttas. I'm only going to present the first line, but the first line can be interpreted in two ways. So that is what I will try to sing. Maiya bole maine maakhan khayo, Maiya bole maine maakhan khayo, Maiya bole maine maakhan khayo. Maya मैंने ही माखन खायो भैया पूरे मैं नहीं माखन खायो भैया पूरे मैंने माखन खायो भैया पूरे मैंने माखन खायो. So, this song was a very typical example of the nature of Krishna. You know, Maya, मैं नहीं मांस खायो. I did not eat the butter. And Maya, मैंने ही माखन खायो. I was the one who ate the butter. So, I did it, I did do it. So, that nutcut prank nature is very clear from the song. You know, this stealing of butter, it can be given a very interesting philosophical interpretation. Why butter? Butter is white and it is soft. You can shape it into different shapes at an appropriate temperature. It can also melt. Yeah? And white in Vedanta is the color of Sattva Guna. Now I told about 3 gunas, right? So Sattva Guna is represented by the white color. Rajo Guna is represented by the red color. And Tamo Guna is represented by black. And Rajo Guna is what makes us all physically active. And Sattva Guna is the very nature of the mind. The mind is supposed to be made of Sattva Guna. So that white color represents the mind. The white color of the butter represents the mind. And just like butter, the mind can take many different shapes. In fact, every idea that comes into your mind is nothing but the mind acquiring a certain shape. You know, we have 5 sense organs: the eyes, the nose, the ears, the sense of touch, and the tasting tongue. All these 5 organs perceive the external world in various, and these perceptions are transmitted to the mind. When the mind receives it, each perception creates a particular shape in the mind. The eyesight creates a certain shape, the sound creates a certain other shape, the smell creates a certain other shape. And if you actually think about it, every second your mind goes through hundreds or even thousands of shape changes within a given second, because the mind is so fast. That's why in the Puranas you have this term Vayu Vega Mano Vega, because Vayu is supposed to be very fast, but mind is even faster. You know, just sitting here, within a fraction of a second, your mind can travel to the Americas or India or Australia, wherever, or even to the farthest planet, farthest sun, farthest star, within a fraction of a second. It's so fast. So that is the connection between the white butter and the sattva dominated mind. So when Krishna is supposed to be stealing the butter, or when the Gopikas offer their butter voluntarily to Krishna, what are they doing? It symbolizes the act of surrendering your mind to Krishna, or Krishna capturing your mind. Krishna, Makhan Chor, you know, is supposed to be stealing your mind. And that stealing of the mind is nothing but he owns up your mind, he possesses your mind, and he owns your mind completely. And that's in other words called surrendering to Krishna completely. So that surrendering is what this Makhan nahi khayo, Makhan khayo, that is nothing but offering your mind to Krishna. Okay? And I also wanted to highlight that the Krishna Avatara is very unique in many other respects. In all the other avatars, if you see, Narayana, Lord Vishnu takes that avatara for a particular purpose. In Narasimha Avatara, he came to destroy Hiranyakashipu and protect Prahlada. Very simple. In Varaha Avatara, he came to protect the Bhumi from Hiranyaksha. Okay? In Vamana Avatara, he came to defeat Mahabali and protect Indra. So they were all single purpose avatars. But if you take Krishna Avatara, it is a multi-purpose avatar. From the time he was born, from the destruction of Putana to Shakatasura and to so many other asuras in his first 6 or 7 years of Gokulam period, and then to the killing of Kamsa and Chanura, and then later killing of Shishupala, Dantavaktra, and then plotting to kill Jarasandha and a whole lot of other people, and destruction of Duryodhanadi Kauravas, reduction of the Bhubharam they call, at that time apparently the population of the earth had multiplied so much that it required a correction. So Krishna's purpose was achieved by the waging of the Mahabharata war, and by the end of the Mahabharata war, it is said that hardly 10 or 12 people were left in both the battling sides put together. So many people had been decimated. Yeah. And then, of course, we have the teaching of Bhagavad Gita, the teaching of Uddhava Gita, the teaching of Anu Gita. If you go to Mahabharata, there are some 4 or 5 Gitas in Mahabharata, and many of them are from the mouth of Krishna. Okay? And so you see that Krishna Avatara is very unique in that respect. And of all the avatars, Krishna is the only avatara who enjoys the distinction of being a guru. There is no other avatara which is considered a guru. Nobody taught anything. Whereas Krishna is an acharya mainly because of this Bhagavad Gita. And of course, Uddhava Gita is also considered to be a very, shall we say, as important or as sacred as Bhagavad Gita itself. So these are some of the salient aspects of Krishna.
So the next kriti is Krishnani Begane in Ragam Yamuna Kalyani set to Mishra Chapala. Krishnani Begane Baro, Krishnani Begane Baro, Krishnani Begane Baro, 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 Krishnani Begane Baro, Baro, Baro.
In this Kirtana, we had two words, Jagadodharaka. Jagadodharaka. In fact, there's another Kirtana called Jagadodharana, Tishutasura. Yeah. So, Jagadodharana, that's one key word. In Taige, Bayalli Jagavannu Torisi. So, this is a story where Krishna, as a toddler, maybe 2 years, 1.5 years, I don't know, he goes out and eats some sand. And then Yashoda wants to make sure that, he is not eaten sand. So she pulls Krishna and says, okay, open your mouth. The boy is initially very reluctant. Then finally the little Krishna opens his mouth. And then Yashoda, thinking that she's going to find some sand inside the mouth, she finds that the whole universe is inside Krishna's mouth. And she's awestruck. She can't really comprehend what she's seeing. She's supposed to have fainted. The sight was so powerful that she almost fainted. And then Krishna, using his powers, he quickly wiped away her mind. And she didn't remember that subsequently. So this is the story. Yeah. So Jagad Uddharaka, what does it mean? Jagad Uddharaka means the one who supports this whole creation. Jagat is a creation, the whole universe, cosmos. Uddharaka is the one who is uplifting or supporting the whole universe. So, in other words, it's called Jagad Adhar. Jagad Adhar. And what Vedanta says is that just like the pot is made of clay, without the clay there is no pot. And just like the ornament is made of gold, if you take away the gold from the ornament, there is no ornament. Similarly, the material cause of this creation is Ishvara. And in this case, Krishna is none other than Ishvara. So, when we say that the pot is supported by the clay, what do we mean? That means the clay is the very sustenance and existence of the pot. Without the clay, there is no pot. Without the gold, there is no ornament. So, without Ishvara, there is no world. So, that's why we have this concept of Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Brahma is supposed to have created the universe. Vishnu is supposed to be supporting and protecting the universe. And Shiva eventually destroys the universe. And to make it easy for us to understand, we are somehow told that there are three different devatas or gods. But what Vedanta says is that they are not three different people. It is one and the same Ishvara who is performing three different functions. So when Ishvara creates this universe, he appears as Brahma. When he protects and sustains this universe, he appears as Vishnu, and when he destroys this universe, destroys means what? He is going to recreate it again after Pralayam. At that time, he manifests as Shiva, but Ishvara is one. And so this Vishwarupa, that Vishwarupa Darshanam that Yashoda saw, was only the first among several Vishwarupa Darshanams that Krishna was going to show throughout his avatar. So there was one time when Duryodhana had the fortune of seeing Vishwarupa Darshanam. When the Mahabharata war was about to start, Krishna goes as a peace messenger to the Kaurava, court, trying to negotiate some peace settlement. And there, Duryodhana becomes very wild and angry, and he wants his guard to arrest Krishna. He commands his guard to arrest Krishna. So, to show who he really was, Krishna shows the whole Kaurava court his Vishwarupa Darshan. That's second place. And then in the battlefield, when Arjuna wanted Bhagavad Gita from Krishna, in the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Krishna actually shows the Vishwarupam. Okay, so this Vishwarupam as a phenomenon is discussed in many different places in the Bhagavatam, in the Mahabharata. But Vishwarupa Darshanam, Vishwarupam is not some specific avatara that Krishna took at a particular time. No, you may see some picture of Vishwarupam with some 25 heads, next to each other with multiple hands and so on. That is just a representation. What does Vishwarupa Darshanam really mean? It means one has to develop a certain maturity to see this whole universe as you see it as a manifestation of Krishna. You are not going to see something different because Vishwarupam, what does it mean? The form of the cosmos, or cosmic form. And cosmos is something that is existing even in this minute. You don't have to go somewhere to see the cosmos. What you see around you is your cosmos. Maybe you can have a telescope and look at some very distant stars. Okay, but the cosmos is what you see in the mountains, in the trees, in the rivers, in the ocean. All of that is part of cosmos. And so Vishwarupa Darshanam is not some avataram that he takes at a particular time. It is an avataram that is available to you all the time, during the day, during the night. And to be able to perceive this visible universe as Krishna, developing that maturity and that quality of that mind, that is what enables us, even us, to see the Vishwarupa Darshanam, even as we sit here in this room. Okay, so why is this Vishwarupa Darshanam so important? So in the spiritual part, we are all going through a spiritual journey, and in this journey there are several stages or stations. The first station, or the first important station that you reach, is to appreciate and worship God in a given form. Somebody might have an Ishta Devata who's Shiva or Devi or Vinayaka or Subramanya or Krishna or Rama Narasimha. All these are gods in particular forms and particular shapes. But that is just the starting point. That is just LKG, UKG. From there, one has to progress. That is called Ekarupa Upasana. This Ishtadevata Upasana is called Ekarupa Upasana. Because if you accept Vishnu, you will not accept Durga or Vinayaka. If you accept Shiva, you will not accept Vishnu or Krishna or Rama. So you are attached to a particular form. And that is Ekarupa Upasana. But in this Upasana, you are actually limiting the limitless entity into a particular limit and form. Now, what is a form? A form is something that has a boundary. Without a boundary, you cannot have a form. But as I said in the beginning, Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma. Brahma doesn't really have a boundary. So, for that reason, you cannot attribute any shape, or all shapes are Brahma. That is why in our tradition, in our Vedic tradition, is that it doesn't really matter which deity you worship, because ultimately all forms and all devatas are part of that infinity, Brahman. So whichever shape, whichever Ekarupam that you are attracted to, continue to do that, but don't stop there. That should eventually take the spiritual seeker to the next stage, which is Vishwarupa, or it is also called Aneka Rupa. Aneka Rupa Upasana or Vishwarupa Upasana. That is the maturity that you develop to accept and understand Yeah. So whenever the talk of Krishna comes, at least the younger Krishna, Radha is always there. No Krishna without Radha. Yeah. So what is the significance of this Radha? Okay. So Radha was just one of the many gopikas. So we have to take Radha as a symbol of all the gopikas. So Radha is not any particular gopika actually, even though we have a lot of stories built around Radha. Really speaking, Radha is a symbol of all the gopikas. And all of us know about this Lasyapriya. You know? The Lasyapriya itself comes with a lot of symbolism. And in the Lasyapriya, the Bhagavatam says, there was one Krishna in the middle, and all the gopikas were dancing around the Krishna. And all of them were so attached to Krishna that they really wanted Krishna to be with them and not with anybody else. And Krishna realized this, understood this, and then at one point, every gopika had a Krishna with her. So you have this picture also in some places. There's one Krishna in the center, and then there is some 16, 20, 24 gopikas around, and everyone has a Krishna. So what is this? Is this some kind of a magic? There's a lot of symbolism to it. There's a strong message in it. Before I go there, I will take you to one more example. In many temples, if you go, there will be something called Kannadi Arai. It's a Tamil word. Kannadi Arai means it's a room full of mirrors. So you enter that room, all the four walls, the ceiling, everything will be covered with mirrors. And there will be one Vigraha Murti in the middle. And then you will see the same Vigraham reflected in all the mirrors. This is another similar symbolism. Or if you go to some Shiva temples, behind the lingam, you will find a mirror, a circular mirror, and that mirror will have some 16 segments, and there will be one round in the middle, and then there will be a lamp in the front. So, even though there is one lamp in the middle, you will have 16 reflections in those 16 pieces. Okay? Let's come back to the Gopika. So, the Gopika is none other than the Jiva. All of us. So, we are all Gopikas. All of us here in this room are Jivas, and we are all Gopikas. And we are not alone. All of us have a small piece or a small spark of the Paramatma in us. So the Jiva is never alone. The Jiva is always with the Paramatma, but we don't know it. We think that we are there and we have this individuality, what we call ego, ahankara. We think we are, independent, but that's not really the case. Without the support of Paramatma, we are not there at all. So, this Gopika dancing together with Krishna, one Krishna per Gopika, my personal Krishna, that is nothing but the symbolism that the Jivatma is always with Paramatma, and no matter where you are, you can always count on Paramatma giving you company. So nobody is alone. All of us have Paramatma for company. And if you ever think that you are alone, it is just an illusion. It is just a mistake that one has to correct. So that is the significance of Radha. So, just like the association of Radha with Krishna, another strong association with Krishna is this flute. In fact, there's only one other devata or goddess who sports a musical instrument, that is Saraswati. Other than Krishna and Saraswati, there's There is no other, divine form in our tradition who has a musical instrument. Of course, Saraswati, in a rare case, you have Sharada, again, who's another form of Saraswati, having a veena, but other than these, musical instrument is not the forte of the other divine forms. So, why flute? Why did Krishna not choose anything else? So there is the way to look at the flute itself. So I was listening to another lecture somewhere else. So that person was saying that the flute is hollow. Okay? So the flute will not produce music if it had been solid. For the flute to produce music, it has to be hollow. So similarly, for you to make a music out of your life, you have to be hollow in the sense you have to shed your ego. So that is one interpretation. Yeah. But really speaking, if you have observed the flute, there are 7 holes in the flute. 7 holes. If it is a Carnatic flute, it will actually have 8 holes. The 8th hole is for blowing. And if it's a Hindustani flute, it will have 7 holes, 6 for the swaras and 7 for the blowing. Okay, so for simplification, let us say 7 holes. Okay. Now there are 2 ways of looking at the 7 holes, 7 number. In the Mundaka Upanishad, there is a mantra that says Sapta Pranaha Prabhavanti Tasmat Sapta Kshita Samida Sapta Homa. So the number 7 comes in Mundaka Upanishad and it says there are 7 holes on the face. The 2 eyes, the 2 nose, the 2 ears and the mouth. These 7 holes. These 7 holes are the passage through which the prana flows and the prana interacts with your body. Okay. So if you take Krishna as prana and these 7 holes of the flute representing the 7 holes in your body, one way of looking at it is Krishna is actually activating you. Krishna is the prana who is activating you and he is using these 7 holes to activate your life and produce the music out of it. The other way of looking at 7 is also this body has 7 chakras. In the tantric world, beginning from the Mooladhara chakra, going up to Anahata and all that, Ajna chakra and then Sahasrara chakra, there are 7 chakras in the body. And these chakras are supposed to be the energy centers of the body. And the life force that operates in the body mainly operates through these 7 chakras. So another way of looking at the flute with 7 holes is also that the 7 chakras through which Krishna, the prana, operates and makes your life into a music. Okay? And that lecture that I mentioned, that person also gave a very interesting analogy about why the Bhagavad Gita is called the Gita. In Sanskrit, the word Gita means music. The word Gita means music. So, this Bhagavad Gita, literally translated, means the divine music. Why music? Because he says, when you use language, you have to use words. And words have their own limitations. And language also has its limitations. If I talk in English, someone who doesn't know English cannot understand. If I talk in some other language, you have to know that language. So every language limits its communication domain to a set of people who know only that language. Whereas music transcends all languages. So the message that Lord Krishna wanted to give through the Bhagavad Gita is actually a message that transcends all languages and races and sections, and it is applicable universally. So to symbolize that, to signify that, it is called Bhagavad Gita. It is not some Bhagavad oration or Bhagavad talk. It is a Bhagavad Gita because being a music, it is something that is applicable to everyone without the limitations of the language. So that is the connection to flute and Krishna and our life. Next song.
பசை போடும் மாவினங்கள் கண்டு இந்த விஷயத்தில் சிலை போல என்று பசை போடும் மாவினங்கள் கண்டு நிஜமான சுகமின்று This song actually gives many openings for interpretation. You know? So, Asai Podum, how do you read that? Asai Podum? Asai Podum, Avinangal Kandu. Avinangal Kandu, Ida Adisayathu Silai Pola Nindru. Silai Pola Nindru. Okay. So, you have this duality. On the one side there are movements, on the other side there is a statue-like stationary Krishna. Okay, and then we had another line there, it said Kanavo Nanavo. You know this. Kanavo Nanavo means, is this reality or is this a dream? These two alone, we can go on and talk for a few hours on these two concepts, because in Vedanta, one of the key questions that is asked is, who is the doer? Who really is the doer? I mean, we all think that we are doing a lot of things.
Are we really doing, or is something else happening? That is one side of the philosophical discussion. The other side is this really reality, this world that we are experiencing, or is there a reality which is beyond this, whatever we see? You know, these are very key questions in philosophy, in Vedanta. Yeah? So, you know, in the beginning I said this nut-cut nature, you know, this frankness of Krishna. I'm doing this, I'm not doing this. You know, I stole butter, I did not steal butter. That kind of a thing. This idea is given in the Bhagavad Gita also. We all say, you know, God's act of God. You know, something happens, earthquake happens, tsunami happens, we say act of God. So does God really act? Does he really do anything? If God is doing something, what could be his motive? Because when there is an act of God, there are a lot of people who are damaged, injured, and a lot of people suffer losses. So can we say that God is vengeful to a certain set of people, and is he favoring a certain other set of people? So these are philosophical questions, and even the Western world is grappling these kind of questions. So it appears as though God is acting, but when you really inquire, God doesn't act. God simply provides a facade as though he is acting. The acting is coming from somewhere else. Okay, so this, you know, this is the message that this Krishna's prevarication, you know, I am doing, I am not doing. In the Bhagavad Gita, the 13th chapter, we have some slokas which actually talk about Paramatma. Sarvata pani padam tad sarvatokshi shiromukham sarvata shrutimad loke sarvam avritya tishtat. Okay, that's not important. Sarvendriya gunabhasam sarvendriya vivarjitam asaktam sarvabhritchaiva nirgunam gunabhoktracha. That's a very important sloka. Okay, so sarvendriya gunabhasam. So God appears to have all indriyas, all powers, and he seems to be having all the organs of action. He appears. But really speaking, sarvendriya vivarjitam. Really speaking, God doesn't have any indriyas. Okay. Then asaktam sarvabhritchaiva. Asaktam means completely disengaged, completely detached, not connected to anything. He is really speaking not connected to anything, but he is the one who is supporting everything. How can you support something without being connected? No, so there is an apparent contradiction. He seems to be supporting the whole world, as I said, you know, Jagado Dharana. But really speaking, he is not connected to anything. Okay? Then asaktam sarva bhriteva nirgunam gunabhoktracha. So really speaking, Paramatma Krishna is nirguna. Nirguna means no attributes. You know, there is an Upanishad mantra that says ashabdam asparsham arupam avyayam tatharasam nityam agandhavacchayate. What it really means is ashabdam. Ashabdam means it cannot be heard. You know, we have these five sense organs, I said, no? You have the ears, you have the eyes, you have the tongue, you have the touch, and then you have the smell. Ashabdam means you cannot hear. Bhagavan cannot be heard. He doesn't make any noise. Ashabdam asparsham. You cannot touch God. You cannot physically touch God. Arupam, you cannot see because he has no shape. Anantam. Ashabdam asparsham arupam avyayam. Avyayam we can ignore now. Tatha arasam. So you cannot lick and taste God. You cannot use your tongue to know God. He is tasteless. He is like water. Tasteless. And the last one is smell. You cannot smell God. So what that really means is he is beyond these five sense organs. And that is actually going to come in another Kirtana which will come later. There is a word called Aprameya. We'll talk about Aprameya at that point. But so what I'm trying to say is, this whole paradox that something seems to be happening, but is it really happening? That is the question towards which Krishna is nudging all of us. And Vedanta really says, this world which we all believe to be true, real, is really speaking not real. This is just another dream. You know, there's a famous story of King Janaka. King Janaka, you know, he was an emperor, he was also a jnani. And one day he had a dream. And unfortunately, this dream kept coming every day for him. In that dream, he is a beggar. He's a beggar, he's got no money, he's got no place, he's got nothing, no possessions, he can't even have food for the next meal. And he's going around village after village begging for food. And this dream he keeps getting every day. And so he was so troubled that he reached out to all the pandits in his country and in outside his kingdom also, and nobody was able to answer whether this is, the question he had was, okay, there I see that dream, next day morning when I wake up I am the king. So which is the dream? Is this my reality or a dream? Or is that beggar thing my dream or reality? He didn't know. So he reached out to a lot of people, and finally this Ashtavakra comes and clarifies the whole story. He says, don't worry, this is also a dream, that is also a dream. Both of them are dreams. So this is the message of Vedanta. So this Kanavo Nanavo of this song actually is nudging us to that question. Question your existence. Question what you are seeing. Question everything that you see around you. Is this reality? Because ultimately, you see a lot of these strife and struggle and wars and all those things that we see around us. It's all because we think that this world is really real. And if you grab some kilograms of gold or whatever, then it's going to be with you for forever. So that illusion is what we have to eventually question. Yeah? Next one.
Next kriti is Kalinga Nardana Tillana in Ragam Gambhirana. Dim taranata dim taranata dim
पदयुगला हरि जय विजय भवनंद कुमार रजल परमानंद किशोर कालीय नटनानंद गंभीर करुणार सहित भावधरी रमण मधुकर मधुबदरण समनयन कमल जल चलन मुनि हृदय मति चोर सात्विका दया करा मुरारी मन मधुकर मधुबदरण समनयन कमल जल चलन मुनि हृदय मति चोर सात्विका दया करा मुरारी मन मधुकर मधुबदरण समनयन कमल जल चलन मुनि हृदय मति चोर चातुरा दया करा मुरारी करा।
Calling the Nardanam. This is also a very important episode in Krishna's early life. So this poisonous snake, Kalinga, was actually living inside the Yamuna waters and polluting the waters with his poison. And some friends of Krishna who go along with him for the cow herding duty, they happen to drink the Yamuna water and they fall dead. And then Krishna uses his powers to bring them back to life. And then after that he goes to fight that Kalinga and then evict him from the Yamuna river. So apparently he is told to leave to the Samudra or Patala or somewhere. So he is out of Yamuna. So this is the story. And so what is this Kalinga? So Kalinga, even though in the story the snake is not a normal snake, it's supposed to be a huge snake with some 5 or more heads. Okay, let's say he has got 5 heads for the sake of our discussion. These 5 heads basically represent Prapancha. What is Prapancha? Prapancha is a word, Sanskrit word for the universe, the whole world. And why is it called Prapancha? It's called Prapancha because it's made of the 5 elements. Akasha, which is space, Vayu, which is air, Agni, which is fire, then Jalam, which is water, and Prithvi, which is earth. So the whole cosmos is made of these 5 elements, and even our body is made of these 5 elements. Okay, so this 5-headed snake called Kalinga represents, on the one side you can think of it as representing the world, which is the material world, or you can think of this 5 representing our 5 sense organs, because all the things that we do, all the trouble that we get into in this world is because of the attraction that these 5 sense organs are offering to us. So one has to control one's 5 sense organs. That is called inner control, inner success. So you can say either this Kalinga Nardanam represents the inner success that one achieves by controlling one's own 5 senses, sense organs, or conquering the attraction or lust that the world of 5 elements, let me put it this way, the Prapancham as a material world, it is giving us all kinds of attractions, and in a way it is also polluting our thought process. So the pollution of the Yamuna can be taken to be the pollution of our own thought process because of our obsession with the world and its material attractions and possessions. So it's not to say that material possessions are not at all needed. That's not the idea. One has to be a little balanced in this statement. Of course, we need money and other material possessions for carrying on a certain comfortable life. But then if you really apply your thoughts and think a little deeper, we do not need so much more to the extent that many people are working for. You don't have to go to the extent of, undermining somebody else's success to become more wealthy. That's not worth it. So while material wealth is necessary, an extreme obsession with material wealth is what is being discouraged. So this Krishna conquering Kaliya with 5 heads is symbolic of we conquering our desire, excessive desire towards material possession. That is one way of looking at it, or our successful control of our own sense organs, which will then help us to progress along the spiritual path. So you can look at it in 2 ways. Yeah.
Next composition is Jagadhodharana in Ragam Ka. Jagadhodharana Adishitale Shoda Jagadhodharana Adishitale Shoda
So, Jagadodharana. I already talked about Jagadodharana, the support for the whole universe. There are 2 phrases or expressions from this song that I would like to draw your attention to. One is Anoraniyana Mahato Mahiyana. That's actually a direct lift from one of the Upanishad mantras. In Kathopanishad, the mantra Anoraniyaan Mahato Mahiyaan Atmasya Jantor Nihito Guhayam Tamakratuhu Pashyati Vita Shoko Dhatu Pradadan Mahimanam Atman. So that is a description of Brahman, which is Nirguna Brahman. Anoho Aniyam. Anu is the atom, and it is supposed to be the smallest. This is back in those days when subatomic particles were not known. Today we know that there is something smaller than atom, but notionally, atom represents the smallest piece of matter that can exist. And Atma or Paramatma is supposed to be even subtler than Anu. So when we say Anu, it is not to say that Paramatma is very small in size. No. The word Anu is not to be taken to represent the size of Paramatma, but just like Anu is very, very subtle, it is not perceptible to your sense organs. Like that, Paramatma is subtler than the subtlest of elements, that it is not available for your sense organ. And Mahato Mahiyam. No, Mahat means the big. Mahato Mahiyam means bigger than the biggest, which is why I said in the beginning, Brahman, Brihattamaha. So it is infinite. So on the one side, it is really big, bigger than the biggest, it is infinity. But it is not gross. It is so subtle. It takes an extremely subtle mind to understand what this Paramatma is. In that sense, it is Anoraniyam. Okay, and then Aprameya. 10 minutes back I mentioned that Ashabdam, Asparsham, Arupam, Arasam, Agandam. It is not available for your sense organ. So, what is this Aprameya? The word Prameyam means object of knowledge. So whenever we say we know something, let's understand this a little bit. How do you know something? First of all, there has to be a knower, and then there has to be an object that is to be known, and then there is an operation or transaction which is called the act of knowing. So this is called a triputi or a triad. So whenever you talk about knowledge, or whenever you talk about knowing something, you need three things. You need a knower, you need an object that is to be known, and then you need an instrument through which you know. If I am knowing a certain song, I should have ears to listen to that song. If I am looking at a painting, I need eyes to look at this painting. So there is an instrument of knowledge involved. There is a knower and there is an object to be known. That knower is called Pramata, and the object that is known is called Prameyam, and the instrument through which you know is called Pramanam. So you need a Pramata, Pramanam, Prameyam, Triputi or triad to acquire any knowledge. Without this, you cannot know anything. Okay? And then the Upanishad says Paramatma is Aprameya. That means, literally translated, you cannot know Paramatma. And earlier I said Ashabdam, Asparsham, Arupam, Arasam, Agandam. That means you cannot touch it, you cannot see it, you cannot smell it, you cannot do anything. So, is there such a Paramatma really existing at all? That becomes a question. The funny thing is, there is another part of Upanishad which says that Brahman cannot be described with words. And then we talk for hours together why it cannot be described. Okay, and what do? We use words to say why Brahman cannot be described with words. Okay, so these are all apparent paradoxes when you try to learn about Brahman. Okay, so I am not here to take a lesson on Upanishads. But I leave you with that mystery, the sense of mystery. So if Brahman is really aprameya, that it cannot be known through any sense organ or any pramanam. There are in the Vedanta Shastra, we talk about 6 pramanas. Let me go a little into Vedanta. There are 6 pramanas. The first pramanam is called Pratyaksha Pramana. Pratyaksha means what you know through direct perception. I am seeing that all of you are sitting here. I am hearing the 2 of them singing. So these are all direct perception. That is Pratyaksha Pramana. This mic is here, I can touch it, so I can perceive it. That is Pratyaksha Pramana. Then there is something called Anumana. Anumanam is inference. You don't have a direct perception. So the example that we give is, let's say there is a hill somewhere and you see smoke coming from that hill. Then you say there must be fire there. Why? Because I see the smoke. So the Pratyaksha for me is the smoke. But I infer through that smoke perception that there is fire. So that is inference. Okay, and like that there is Upamanam, Pratyaksha, Anumana, Upamana, then there is something called Arthapatti, there is something called Anupapatti, and then there is Shastram. Before we come to Shastram, it's called Shabda Pramana. Shabda Pramana means taking word as a Pramana. So, one example, typical example for all of us is, we have all gone through various, starting from first standard to 12th standard, then bachelor's degree, master's degree, some of you may be PhDs, some of you may be even postdocs. We study a lot of material. Somebody may be an expert in physics, somebody may be an expert in economics. So we read a lot of textbooks. The knowledge that we gain through these textbooks, that is called Shabda Pramana. If I am a physics expert, I might be able to talk about theory of relativity or Max Planck's quantum theory. I may not have read the original paper that Einstein published or Max Planck published. I might have read some textbook which was written by a second-hand, third-hand professor who read somebody else's paper. But still, this word represents the original theory that Einstein or Max Planck published. So the word is a pramana. Now there are 2 types of Shabda Pramana. There is a Laukika Shabda Pramanam, there is a Vaidika Shabda Pramanam. So Laukika Shabda Pramanam is all your textbooks like physics, chemistry, economics, mathematics, they are all Laukika Shabda. And then you have the Veda Pramanam where the Veda says Paramatma exists. Okay? We say that even Veda is not a Pramanam for Paramatma. Veda is not a Pramanam for Paramatma. In that sense, Paramatma is really aprameya. He cannot be known through any pramana. That is the meaning of aprameya. Okay, I will stop here and not break the system.
Govardhana Giridhara Govardhana Giridhara Govinda Gokula Paramananda Govardhana Giridhara
So, this Govardhana incident is another part of the life story of Krishna, where the Gokula Vasis, the inhabitants of Gokulam, they conduct a annual puja worshipping Indra. And one of those occasions, Krishna actually says, why are you all worshipping Indra? You would actually worship this Govardhanagiri, because that is your actual means of livelihood. All your cattle go and graze on the Govardhana. So without the Govardhanagiri, that mountain, you will not be able to maintain your cow. So really speaking, you should worship the Govardhanagiri. And then Indra gets angry because his puja was stopped, and then he, unleashes 7 days of continuous rain, and then go. Yeah, so at the end of it, Krishna actually lifts the entire Govardhana mountain, and then underneath all of them take shelter. So that's the story. Okay, now Govardhana is Govardhana, and commonly Go is translated as cow. Okay, but that's only one meaning. Really speaking, there is another meaning for the word go, and that means light. Prakasha, light. Okay? And in the Vedanta, light has a lot of significance, and light represents knowledge, and light represents consciousness, Chaitanyam, and through that, light is a representation of Paramatma itself. Okay? And if you take the meaning of knowledge, Go actually stands for the Vedas. Go really means Vedam, Shastram. So when you say Krishna is Govardhana, he is really the supporter of the Vedas. So the whole Govardhana symbolism is to say that Krishna upholds the Vedas. And Veda, the word Veda really means knowledge. The literal translation of the word Veda means knowledge. Today we have this body of knowledge. Those of you who have done PMP will know PMBOK, Project Management Body of Knowledge, BOK. So Veda really means a body of knowledge. And in the ancient times, Vedas were the way to become educated. Just like today you go to university and get a bachelor's or master's or PhD, in those days you had to go to Gurukula, learn the Vedas. There are different branches of Vedas. At one point, I believe there were some 1,185 branches of Vedas. Today only some 35 or 45 shakas are left. The rest has gone. Only some 3% of the original Vedas are surviving today. Okay. So Govardhana really means the upholder of the Vedas. And for that reason only in the south of Tamil Nadu there is a place called Shankaran Kovil. It's a place where the temple, Shankarnarayana temple is there. There, the Devi of the Shankarnarayana temple is called Gomati Amman. Why is she called Gomati Amman? Because she is the one who lightens up or brightens up your mind with knowledge. Gomati. Mati is mind. So she is not someone who's got a cow in her mind. No, that's not the Gomati. The Gomati means the mind with knowledge. That is Gomati. Okay. So this Govardhana really tells us that the true worship has to be done to the worship of the Vedas. So you have to, how do you worship Vedas? It's not to keep some books of Vedas and then put some flowers. That is not how you worship Vedas. Worshipping Vedas really means that you learn at least a part of the Vedas and propagate it and give it to the next generation. If somebody says that this government supports science and technology, what does it mean? It means that it makes a lot of funding available for scientists to carry on their scientific studies and thereby provide scientific progress. Exactly the same way, if you want to support the Vedas, if you want to worship the Vedas, the only way you can worship Vedas is to learn the Vedas and pass it on to the next generation so that we already lost 97% of the Vedas. At least let the remaining 3% pass on to the next generation. That should be the way to worship Vedas. So the Govardhana story really points us to Vedas. Let us all be Vedic minded.
So the next edition, we're almost coming to the end of the discourse. First, we will be presenting a shloka musically. It is just it just describes the different forms of worship. And if I see the first word, Shravana, so basically listening is also a form of worship. So I think listening, you as listeners, I think have already done one form of worship today. So I have to thank you for that.
Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu Shravanam Kirtanam Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu Smaranam
Smaranam Padasevadam Smaranam Padasevadam Archanam Padasevadam Vandanam Vandanam Padasevanam
Vadanam Vandanam
Dasyam Sakyam Atmanivedanam Dasyam Sakyam Atmanivedanam Dasyam Sakyam Atmanivedanam Dasyam Sakyam Atmanivedanam Geyam Geetam Namasaharyasam
Geyam Namasaharyasam
Geyam Srimati Ropamasarasam
Geyam Srimati Ropamasarasam
Neyam Satyanaratam Kechitto Geyam Dinajanayadavetam
Deyum
No, actually, I had noted down many more talking points, but due to shortage of time, I'm not able to cover everything. Initially I said I'll talk a little about Arpanam also, but in all these 2 hours, we focus completely more or less on Krishna itself. So I'll spend a few minutes talking about this Arpanam part. When the kids were performing the bhajans and songs, there was one particular song which was sung, Maadumeikum Kanne. There was a song, Maadumeikum Kanne Ni Poga Vendam Sonne. I don't know how many of you here really understand Tamil. So basically it's a scene where Krishna, as a 7-year-old or 8-year-old, is preparing to go to the meadows, taking the cows and along with his friends. And he wants to go. And Yashoda doesn't want him to go because Yashoda is afraid that he may be lost, he may be injured, or he may get into some trouble. So she is afraid for Krishna's safety. So she is trying to entice him with all kinds of attractions. I'll give you this, I'll give you that, don't go. And for every such enticement, Krishna says, no, I don't want that, I don't want this, I want to go. Okay, so you can look at it in a certain way. Krishna in that context is living in a community of cowherds. So managing the cows is their profession, that is their swadharma. And so by going out into the field and taking care of the cows, Krishna is actually practicing his swadharma. And all these temptations that Yashoda is offering, they are all distractions from performing one's swadharma. And by refusing all those enticements and by insisting that I will go and take the cows to the field, Krishna is saying that performing one's duty is the paramount, duty or paramount activity that one can carry out in one's life. So you can take that song to be a message to practice karma and karma yoga. This is probably a very out of the way interpretation of the song, but I'm just putting my neck out and saying this. You can say that this song gives us a message that even for a 7-year-old boy, performing one's swadharma as a duty becomes more important than sitting in the cozy comforts of one's home and enjoying the mother's affection and all the offerings. So this whole idea about arpanam is nothing but karma yoga. So when you say Krishnarpanam, it is like offering your duty itself as a puja to the Lord. So, there are two ways of performing karma. Most of us perform it one way, and the Shastras tell us to do it the other way. The way all of us are doing our karma is that we do it with the expectation of enjoying the fruits and results of our karma. We all go to a certain organization for employment, we perform 8 hours, 10 hours of work, and we do it mostly because at the end of the month we get the salary. And with that salary, we want to achieve whatever else we want to achieve. So, for most people in this life, in this world, performance of one's duty is not an end in itself, it is a means to an end. So when you do your activities in that mindset, it is called karma. It is not called karma yoga. It is called karma. You are performing karma, you are expecting a result, you will get a result, you will enjoy it, and you will continue to do that. That is the karma marga. Whereas karma yoga, you have an additional word called yoga there. So what is karma and what is yoga? Karma is to do your duty, not to deviate from the duty. Do your duty properly. That's why in Bhagavad Gita, Lord says, Karmanyevadikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. So whether your actions get you the result or not, you do it. Whether you like the activity or not, sometimes you are assigned a certain activity which is probably not to your liking. You may do it out of a half-hearted, sense of disgust or whatever. Don't do that. So doing the right action with the right attitude, that right attitude is the yoga path. So what is the right attitude? The right attitude is when you perform the duty or perform the action, do it as an offering to the Lord. Ishwararpana buddhi is the word that we use. So everything that you do it as though it is an offering to the Lord. When we go to the temple and offer something for the puja, we would try to buy the best of, if you're buying flowers, you will buy the best of the flowers. If you buy some coconut, you will buy the best coconut. If you buy some banana, you will buy the best banana because you are offering your best to the Lord. Exactly like that, whenever you are doing your duty, your job, do it with the best of your intentions and best of your ability, no matter whether you like it or not. That is the attitude while you are doing. And after you have done it, the results do come. Whatever you do, the results will come. Whether the results are good or bad, whether they are, as expected by you or against your expectations, whatever be the result, you accept it as Ishvara Prasada. That is the attitude as a bhokta. Every karta becomes a bhokta. When you are doing your action, it is kartritvam, karta. And when the results come, you are a bhokta, you enjoy. So whether the results are favorable or unfavorable, you accept it as Ishvara Prasada, God's gift. That is Karma Yoga. So when you say Krishnarpanam, it means, hey Lord, I have now done my duty. I have given it to you as my offering. And no matter what you give me, I will accept it peacefully. That is Krishnarpanam. Namaste.
So we will finish with discourse with the Tilana in Raga Vrindavani. I mean, I chose this Tilana because everything suits to today's theme. So Raga was Vrindavani, composed by Sri Balamurali Krishna, and Tilana on the beauty of Krishna. And on this note, I have to thank, first of all, Vasudev ji for coming all the way. We will wait for him. And also all the musicians here who have joined me today. So thank you again, and a big applause to all these.
So we conclude the whole event with one more small chant. Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Sarvesham Swastir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Shantir Bhavatu. Sarvesham Purnam Bhavatu. Sarvesham Mangalam Bhavatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you.
What can one say? Sarvam KRISHNARPANAM. Thank you one and all. Almost everyone would have heard the Bhagavatam stories, but there have been very minimal opportunity to understand the nitty-gritties, the details, and the symbolic concepts of those stories. Vasona, you explained with such beauty the significance of butter, Vishwarupam, where you also touched very beautifully about the concept of Advaita, about Kalinga, about Govardhanagiri, and Radha, the importance and the significance or the symbolism of flute. These are concepts that we don't often, or rather oversee when we hear the stories. So thank you very much. I am sure the next time we see Krishna's Murti, we'll have a different perspective.
I would like to thank Balaji, Vizha, Lasyapriya, and all of you people here in Karlsruhe and Heidelberg for having given me this platform to share my knowledge. It's been a wonderful afternoon, and I hope we can have more of these interactions going forward. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, Anna. We are looking forward to the other talking points that you have prepared for us. Maybe Krishna wants us all to meet in another opportunity. Yes. Also, definitely, not just as a formality, but from bottom of our hearts, we should be thanking the artists on stage here. With such able vocalists and instrumentalists, everything was very mellifluous, very thought-provoking. Be it Balaji and Kirtanas, should I say Harshik voices, ably accompanied by Karthik on violin and the percussionists Gautam and Sriram. Thank you all the artists and scholars on stage for such a wonderful evening. Looking forward to many more such divine events. What can you say? Not only was there 2 years, thank you Jyotsna and catering services for also making our stomachs happy. Our bellies are also filled with such divine and sattvic food. Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you and would request a little bit of time because we find that it's definitely worth mentioning and acknowledging the people, everyone around here who made this possible. So, without the grace and support of all the well-wishers of the people, this event wouldn't have been possible. On that note, thanks to Lasyapriya, Meeramani and Subramani, we know both of them. Thank you very much for supporting and guiding us through this event. Thank you once again, Vasmanna, all the artists. And when the organizers planned for this event, usually this event has been happening for about 5 years, if people remember this very well. But this year they decided to enable the kids to perform, which is really appreciable. Not an easy task, every parent knows this. But interestingly, it turned around that the kids enabled us to have a wonderful evening. So thank you to all the kids, all the performers. Their parents, which wouldn't have been, without which this whole event wouldn't have been possible. And on that note, Anuja and Balaji, grows the respect. How much of effort, how much of energy you have invested into this. You guys are the backbone of this event. You have been through this event, you've taken care of till the minutest details. This is mere words cannot justify the investment of time and energy that you have done into this. Thank you very much. A very special idea was proposed and executed by Shafina. She's not here with us today, but big thanks to her. That is a small token of memento which the children will be taking along with them. The idea behind that, as Anuja already explained, was that kids in their traditional attire will remember this. They have sponge-like memories and they will take it with them. Preferably they will have it then for the rest of their lives, remembering this event. And such a thoughtful idea was proposed and executed by her. So big thanks to Shafina and her photographer. Today's event photography was done by Vizha. Thank you very much, Vizha. I don't see. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, for capturing all the moments in time, and all the teachers definitely. Diviche, Purnima, Madhu, Vinata, Anuja, and Balaji, of course, for training the children, taking your time out. Thank you very much. A big thanks to Shanti from Karlsruhe and Akila also from Karlsruhe, who volunteered this event, have been with us throughout the event. Thank you very much for your time and efforts. Also, big thanks to Srimati Indra from Stuttgart. We all know her from Balashrishi. Thanks to her also. Forgive me if I have not mentioned anybody. It's just a moment of forgetfulness and side group, as they say. But rest assured, your contribution is always in our hearts, and we thank you very much for that. As a token of appreciation and gratitude, we would like to felicitate the artist and on stage. So, a small token of appreciation. I would request.
So I request Surya Ji to come over stage to felicitate Vasudev Ji. Please come. Yes. You have always been the ardent listener of whatever session we host, whatever event we host. So he is always there. So also big applause to him. Because when there is a show, whether be it dance or discourse or music, you need such ardent listeners so that it makes all the performers happy. So I think he's like a clear example of that, I would say.
Maybe I'd like to say something about Balaji and Vizha. They are really did very good thing for our can say our culture, our kids, and really I appreciate his efforts, and we will all support them forever. I'm saying with my whole heart. And really today I'm really enjoyed with all the children's singing, and also especially the chords. I mean, that's really it meant to my heart. I can say that I can feel that. I can really. It's really thanks for Balaji and Anuja. Thank you very much.
I also have to thank Mani and Meera, who are they are not here today. They are in India right now, but they are the pillars. They are the holders and proprietors of the Lasyapriya Finance, and they have also supported us as much as they can remotely. So I have to give my thanks and gratitude to them as well. And to felicitate beautiful voice today, renditions from Kirtana, who has come all the way from Hyderabad. I request Vidwan Subramanya Shiva on stage.
Had such an in-depth discussion of the flute, so I think next time we need to give him a dedicated space to perform on the flute. So I was just thinking about that today when you were talking about it.
Thank you, Shiva. So I also have to thank all the volunteers who helped me prepare everything here, the sound, the stage, decoration, the chairs and tables. Um, I think sometimes some things we cannot plan, so it just happens. We need to have some blessings in disguise. So I have to thank all the volunteers who helped me yesterday to make this event happen. So on that note, I want to call Amit on So thank you, Amit. And with Amit, no matter how hard the task is, he makes it right. So it just it was just to at the end of the day, it felt quite easy to do all this because we need people like Amit. Yes, and for the first of all, the readiness to participate, to volunteer today to provide the yummy sattvic food that you have today. I want to call Jyotsna on stage. Thank you, Jyotsna. This also shows the level of commitment to the events and the cultural activities, the Indian community here. So this also shows the strength of the time and the volunteering effort that people can take to make things happen. So thank you, Jyotsna. Yes, yes. And special thanks to the beautiful collection of sarees that were displayed today to Suksat. In other words, the collection by Kavya. So I want to call Kavya on stage to give our special thanks and a small token of memory from this day. Thank you, Kavya. And last but not least, we also see some interesting, beautiful collection of artifacts outside from Divya Bala Srishti. And I would like to call Srimati Indra on stage to give our special thanks.
She could join us a little late, but I really appreciate her enthusiasm for still making it and putting up everything. Thank you.
So thank you, and I really hope that we will continue doing this. This was like probably one of the first efforts that we saw, and more than the teachers, the organizers, whatever support we had, I have to really thank all the children who cooperated and made this happen. And the level of patience and dedication that they had the whole time when they were seated on stage, when they were following the others singing, supporting them, encouraging them. So I think this is really commendable, and we have to keep doing this, and I hope we can do more of this. So thanks a lot for supporting us to make this happen, and I hope you'll have a great weekend ahead and have a great Christmas time and holidays ahead. Thank you.
Maybe somebody might have put it there.